welcome back. Settle in, breathe slowly, and let your thoughts drift. Tonight, we gently step into the world of Rubeus Hagrid. When you think about the wizarding world created in the Harry Potter stories, certain characters immediately come to mind as pillars of warmth, loyalty, and unconditional love. Among them stands a figure quite literally larger than life, a man whose physical size was matched only by the enormousness of his heart. Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, would become one of the most beloved characters in the entire magical world. A gentle giant whose story is filled with as much tragedy as it is with hope, as much rejection as it is with acceptance, and as much loss as it is with love. To understand Hagrid properly, to know the full picture of this remarkable half-giant wizard, we need to go back to the very beginning, back to a time when the world was a very different place, when wizards and witches lived through different struggles, and when a tiny wizard and a giantess somehow found each other and created something unexpected. We need to go back to December 6th, 1928, to somewhere in the West Country of England, near the Forest of Dean. On that winter day, a baby boy was born who would grow to become one of the most important figures in the fight against dark magic, though nobody could have known it at the time. His parents named him Rubeus Hagrid, a name that would one day be spoken with affection by generations of Hogwarts students. The circumstances of Hagrid's birth were unusual from the very start. His father was a wizard, a man whose first name history has not recorded, but who was known simply as Mr. Hagrid. He was described as a tiny little man, short not only compared to giants, but even by normal human standards. How exactly this small wizard came to meet and marry a giantess named Fridwulfa remains one of those mysteries that Hagrid himself never fully explained, though he once remarked that there must have been a lot of alcohol involved. Giants were not common in Britain even then, and the idea of a giant and a human wizard forming a romantic relationship was almost unheard of. But somehow, against all odds and social conventions, Mr. Hagrid and Fridwulfa came together, and in 1928 they had a son. Fridwulfa was a giantess, one of the dwindling population of giants that still existed in the world at that time. Giants as a species were already rare by the 20th century, their numbers reduced by conflicts with wizards and muggles alike, by their own violent nature, and by the simple fact that they preferred to keep to themselves in remote mountainous regions, far from human civilization. The average giant stood about 20 feet tall, an enormous height that made even the largest humans look tiny by comparison. Fridwulfa would have been roughly this size, a towering figure of incredible physical power, with the strength to crush boulders and the ability to withstand magical attacks that would kill ordinary wizards instantly. For a brief time, perhaps 2 or 3 years, the unusual family stayed together. Mr. Hagrid, his giantess wife, and their infant son lived somewhere near the Forest of Dean, that ancient woodland in the West Country, where massive trees grew thick and old magic still lingered in the shadows. It must have been a strange household, with a tiny wizard, a 20-foot-tall giantess, and a baby who was already showing signs of being far larger than a normal human child. Hagrid would later say that he had very few memories of his mother from those early years, just vague impressions of a time when she was present. What memories he did have were not particularly warm ones. Years later, when discussing her with his friends, Hagrid would admit that his mother was not a great parent, that she had not shown much affection or care for her unusual child. The reason for this lack of maternal warmth became clear when Hagrid was just 3 years old. Fridwulfa looked at her son and saw something that disappointed her deeply. By giant standards, Rubeus was tiny, barely larger than a normal human toddler, despite his mixed heritage. Giants valued size above almost everything else, particularly when it came to their offspring. A giant's status in their society was largely determined by their physical size and strength, and mothers who produced large, powerful children gained respect and standing within the colony. Fridwulfer had expected that even a half-giant child would still be impressively large, but Rubeus was small, too human. She saw him as a failure, a runt, something that brought her shame rather than pride. So when Hagrid was approximately 3 years old, around 1931, Fridwulfer made a decision that would shape the rest of his life. She left. She abandoned her human family without warning or explanation, walking away from her wizard husband and her half-giant son to return to the giant colonies in the mountains. She simply disappeared one day, leaving Mr. Hagrid heartbroken and utterly alone to raise their unusual child. Hagrid himself would retain almost no memory of her departure, too young to understand what was happening or why his mother had vanished from his life. All he would remember later was her absence, the empty space where a mother should have been, and the knowledge that she had not cared enough about him to stay. Mr. Hagrid, despite being abandoned by his wife and left to raise a rapidly growing half-giant child alone, proved to be a wonderful father. Where Fridwulfer had been cold and disappointed, Mr. Hagrid was warm and accepting. Where she had seen failure, he saw his beloved son. He never made Rubeus feel ashamed of his mixed heritage or his unusual size. In fact, he seemed to find his son's growth rate more amusing than alarming. Hagrid would later recall with great fondness how his father reacted as he grew larger and larger, far outpacing normal human development. By the time Rubeus was 6 years old, he was already taller than his father, much taller. He could pick up the tiny wizard and physically lift him up to place him on top of the dresser when his father annoyed him. Rather than being frightened or upset by this, Mr. Hagrid found it hilarious. He would laugh, genuinely delighted by his son's strength and size, taking pride in the extraordinary child he was raising. This acceptance, this unconditional love from his father, would stay with Hagrid for the rest of his life, shaping his fundamental belief that there was nothing shameful about being different, nothing wrong with being a half-breed or an outcast. Mr. Hagrid taught his son important lessons during those years they had together. He told Rubeus never to be ashamed of who he was, that some people would hold his giant blood against him, but those people were not worth bothering with. It was advice that Hagrid would carry with him forever, even when the wizarding world did indeed treat him with suspicion and prejudice because of what he was. His father's love gave him a foundation of self-worth that would help him survive the many hardships that lay ahead. Growing up in the West Country near the Forest of Dean, young Hagrid developed his lifelong love of magical creatures. The Forest of Dean was ancient and wild, home to all manner of magical beasts that most wizards avoided or feared. But Hagrid was drawn to them, fascinated by creatures that others found dangerous or frightening. Even as a child, he had a natural affinity for animals, an ability to calm them and win their trust that went beyond normal wizard skills. Whether this came from his giant blood, giving him a certain fearlessness and physical presence that animals respected, or whether it was simply part of his generous nature, Hagrid found friends among the creatures of the forest when human companionship was scarce. Mr. Hagrid was not sure at first whether his half-giant son would have magical abilities. The mixing of giant and wizard blood was so unusual that there were no clear guidelines for what to expect. Giants had their own sort of magic, mostly involving their incredible physical strength and resistance to spells, but it was different from wizard magic. Would Rubeus be able to perform the kind of spell work that required a wand and formal training? Mr. Hagrid worried about this, wondering whether his son would be accepted into the wizarding community or rejected as too much of an outsider. Those worries were laid to rest in 1940, when Rubeus turned 11 years old and received his letter of acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Mr. Hagrid was absolutely delighted, thrilled that his son would have the opportunity to receive a proper magical education and learn to use his wizard abilities. For Hagrid himself, the letter represented acceptance, proof that despite his unusual parentage, the wizarding world was willing to give him a chance. He was going to Hogwarts, the finest magical school in Britain, where he would learn magic alongside other young witches and wizards. When September 1st, 1940 arrived, Hagrid said goodbye to his father and boarded the Hogwarts Express for the first time. By this point, he was already much larger than the other 11-year-olds, his half-giant heritage giving him unusual size and strength for his age. He towered over his fellow first years, which made him stand out immediately and probably made some of them nervous. But Hagrid was excited, ready to begin his education, eager to learn everything he could about the magical world he was entering. The Sorting Hat placed him in Gryffindor House, that noble house known for bravery, daring, and loyalty. It was a perfect fit for Hagrid, who would prove throughout his life to possess all of these qualities in abundance. He might not have been the most academically gifted student, and his size and appearance made him stand out in ways that were not always comfortable, but he had the heart of a true Gryffindor. In his house, Hagrid found a community, friends who accepted him despite his differences, teachers who saw his potential beyond his unusual physical appearance. During his first 2 years at Hogwarts, Hagrid threw himself into his studies with enthusiasm. He loved every aspect of the magical world, from transfiguration to charms to care of magical creatures. The castle became his second home, a place where he felt he belonged despite being different from everyone else. His housemates grew used to his enormous size, his loud voice, his tendency to accidentally break things because he did not always remember his own strength. The professors learned to make accommodations for him, enlarging desks and chairs, adjusting assignments when necessary. Hagrid was happy at Hogwarts in those early years, happier than he had been since his mother left. But tragedy struck during his second year at school. Mr. Hagrid, that wonderful father who had raised his son alone with such love and acceptance, died. The circumstances of his death were never detailed, but the loss devastated Rubeus. He was only 12 or 13 years old, still a child, really despite his size, and now both his parents were gone. His mother had abandoned him years ago, and now his father, the one person who had always loved and accepted him unconditionally, was dead. Hagrid was effectively an orphan, alone in the world, except for the teachers and students at Hogwarts. The loss of his father affected Hagrid deeply, leaving a hole in his heart that would never fully heal. But in some ways, it also strengthened his attachment to Hogwarts itself. The school became even more important to him, not just a place of learning, but his actual home, the only place he truly belonged. The professors, particularly Albus Dumbledore, who taught transfiguration at the time, became somewhat like parental figures to him, offering guidance and support in the absence of his father. Hagrid poured his grief into his studies and his care of magical creatures, finding solace in the work and in the animals that did not judge him for being different. During his third year at Hogwarts, in the 1942 to 1943 school year, Hagrid's life changed forever in ways he could never have anticipated. It began innocuously enough, with Hagrid's ongoing fascination with dangerous and unusual creatures. By this point, He had developed a reputation among his fellow students for his interest in creatures that most people found frightening or revolting. While other students might keep a cat or an owl, Hagrid was drawn to things with more teeth, more venom, more danger. This tendency worried some of his professors, but it was generally seen as harmless enthusiasm rather than anything malicious. That year, Hagrid somehow acquired an acromantula egg. Acromantulas were giant spiders, highly intelligent and capable of human speech, but also dangerous man-eating creatures that wizarding law prohibited from breeding or keeping. They were classified as XXXXX creatures by the Ministry of Magic, meaning they were known wizard killers that could not be domesticated. How exactly a third-year student got his hands on an acromantula egg was never fully explained. Some accounts suggest he won it in a card game, or purchased it from a shady dealer in Nocturne Alley. However he obtained it, Hagrid was thrilled with his acquisition, seeing it as an opportunity to raise and study one of the most feared creatures in the magical world. He kept the egg hidden in a cupboard in the dungeons of Hogwarts, visiting it regularly to check on it and keep it warm until it hatched. When the spider finally emerged from the egg, Hagrid named him Aragog. To Hagrid, Aragog was not a monster, but a fascinating creature, deserving of care and protection. He brought Aragog food, talked to him, taught him things. The acromantula grew rapidly, as his species did, going from a tiny hatchling to a creature the size of a small dog within months. Hagrid knew he could not keep Aragog forever, that eventually the spider would be too large to hide, but he put off thinking about that problem, too attached to his unusual pet to consider the consequences. Meanwhile, something far more sinister was happening in the castle. Someone had opened the legendary Chamber of Secrets, a hidden room built by Salazar Slytherin centuries ago to house a monster that would purge the school of Muggle-born students. Students were being attacked and petrified, found frozen in terror throughout the castle. The attacks created panic, with students and teachers both terrified that they might be next. Rumors spread about what kind of monster could be responsible, with theories ranging from dark curses to some kind of creature let loose in the castle. The truth was that a fifth-year Slytherin student named Tom Marvolo Riddle had discovered that he was the heir of Slytherin, the descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself. Using his ability to speak Parseltongue, the language of snakes, Riddle had opened the Chamber of Secrets and released its inhabitant, a basilisk, one of the most dangerous creatures in existence. The basilisk was a giant serpent whose gaze could kill instantly, though students who saw it indirectly through reflections or ghost-like mediums were merely petrified rather than killed. Riddle was using the basilisk to attack Muggle-born students, carrying out what he saw as Slytherin's original purpose for the chamber. But Riddle had a problem. The attacks were creating such panic that the school governors were threatening to close Hogwarts permanently. This was the last thing Riddle wanted. He saw Hogwarts as his true home, the only place where he felt he belonged and had power. If the school closed, he would be forced back to the Muggle orphanage where he had grown up, back to a life of poverty and powerlessness. So Riddle decided he needed to find a scapegoat, someone he could blame for the attacks, so that the governors would think the threat had been eliminated and the school could stay open. When Tom Riddle learned that Hagrid was keeping an acromantula in the castle, he saw his opportunity. Here was a fellow student with a known fondness for dangerous creatures, someone who was already viewed with some suspicion because of his half-giant heritage, someone who was keeping a prohibited monster in the school. It was perfect. Riddle could frame Hagrid for opening the Chamber of Secrets and release the basilisk, making it seem like the acromantula was responsible for the attacks, and Hagrid with his size and outsider status, would make a believable culprit. On the night of June 13th, 1943, Tom Riddle put his plan into action. He tracked down where Hagrid was keeping Aragog and confronted him in the dungeons. Hagrid, trying to protect his beloved pet, faced off against Riddle, but the older boy was ready with accusations and threats. Riddle claimed he was going to have to turn Hagrid in, that people were talking about closing Hogwarts if the attacks did not stop, and that the school could not afford to keep students around who were raising dangerous monsters. When Hagrid protested, when he tried to defend Aragog and explain that his spider had nothing to do with the attacks, Riddle pulled out his wand and tried to curse Aragog. Hagrid, with his half-giant strength and his desperation to protect his friend, physically threw Tom Riddle to the ground. For a moment, there was a real fight. A third-year half-giant defending his pet against a fifth-year wizard, determined to use them both as scapegoats. But Hagrid knew he could not win this confrontation. Not really. Riddle was a prefect, a model student beloved by the teachers, someone who had already earned awards for special services to the school. Hagrid was just an unusual outsider with a prohibited creature. The outcome was never in doubt. Hagrid managed to get Aragog out of the castle and into the Forbidden Forest, sending him deep into the woods where he would be safe from capture. He told Aragog to hide, to stay away from people, to survive. Aragog, who loved Hagrid as much as an acromantula could love anyone, obeyed, disappearing into the forest to make a new home among the trees and shadows. But the damage was done. Tom Riddle reported to the headmaster, Armando Dippet, that he had caught Hagrid with a monster, that this monster was clearly responsible for the attacks, and that Hagrid must have been the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. The evidence, such as it was, seemed damning. The attacks stopped after Hagrid was caught, which, to the school governors and the headmaster, suggested they had found their culprit. Hagrid had been keeping a dangerous creature in the castle, which violated school rules and showed poor judgment at best. His size and half-giant nature made him frightening to some people, easy to believe capable of violence. And Tom Riddle was a respected student, a prefect who had no reason to lie. Only one person suspected the truth. Albus Dumbledore, then the Transfiguration Professor, had his doubts about Tom Riddle. He had seen darkness in the boy from the very beginning, from the first time he visited young Tom at the orphanage and brought him to Hogwarts. Dumbledore had watched Riddle carefully over the years, noticing the cold intelligence, the lack of empathy, the signs of someone drawn to power and control. He did not believe that Hagrid was responsible for opening the Chamber of Secrets or attacking students. But he had no proof, no way to demonstrate Riddle's guilt or Hagrid's innocence. All he could do was try to minimize the damage. Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts at the end of his third year. His wand, a 16-inch oak wand that was rather bendy, was snapped in half by order of the Ministry of Magic. Under wizarding law, expelled students were forbidden from performing magic, and their wands were destroyed to ensure compliance. For most wizards, having their wand broken would effectively end their magical career, making it nearly impossible to cast spells or continue their education. Hagrid was devastated by his expulsion, by the loss of his wand, by the fact that he would never finish his education at the school that had become his home. But Dumbledore intervened on Hagrid's behalf in a way that would change everything. He went to Headmaster Dippet and convinced him to let Hagrid stay at Hogwarts despite his expulsion. Dumbledore argued that Hagrid was just a boy, only 13 years old, an orphan with nowhere else to go and no family to take him in. He pointed out that Hagrid had a natural talent with magical creatures and a deep love for the Hogwarts grounds. He proposed that Hagrid be trained as the gamekeeper, the person responsible for maintaining the grounds, and caring for the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. It would give Hagrid a home and a purpose, keep him at the place he loved most, and let him use his unique talents in a positive way. Headmaster Dippet agreed to Dumbledore's proposal, perhaps out of genuine compassion, or perhaps simply because having a half-giant groundskeeper who could handle dangerous creatures had practical advantages. So Hagrid, expelled and disgraced, was allowed to remain at Hogwarts as the trainee gamekeeper. He was given a small hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest where he would live, away from the castle proper, but still close enough to do his duties. He began learning the work of maintaining the grounds, caring for creatures, keeping the Forbidden Forest safe for those who needed to enter it, and keeping its more dangerous inhabitants away from the students. Hagrid never spoke about what had happened, about the expulsion or the reason for it. When people asked why he was at Hogwarts as a gamekeeper rather than a student, he would change the subject or ignore the question. He kept the secret of the Chamber of Secrets, never revealing the truth about Tom Riddle, or the Basilisk, or what had really happened that terrible year. Part of this was because he had been officially blamed and expelled, so who would believe him if he claimed innocence? But part of it was also a kind of stoic acceptance of his fate, a willingness to bear the consequences even though they were unjust. He kept the broken pieces of his wand, unable to let go of this last connection to his magical education. At some point, he carefully embedded these pieces into a pink umbrella, hiding them inside the fabric and handle, so that he could continue to perform small amounts of magic when necessary. This was technically illegal, as expelled wizards were not supposed to do magic at all. But Dumbledore apparently looked the other way, trusting Hagrid to be responsible and use magic only when truly needed. The umbrella became one of Hagrid's most distinctive accessories, seemingly innocent but actually containing his broken wand, allowing him to cast spells non-verbally when required. One consequence of never completing his magical education was that Hagrid's spell work remained somewhat crude and unreliable. He had only finished 3 years of schooling, when most wizards trained for 7. He could perform basic spells, often quite powerful ones given his giant blood and natural magical strength, but he lacked refinement and control. His spells sometimes went wrong or produced unexpected results. He was never able to produce a Patronus charm, that advanced defensive magic that most adult wizards could eventually master. But he made do with what he had, using his physical strength and his knowledge of magical creatures to compensate for his limited formal training. Life as Hogwarts gamekeeper suited Hagrid in many ways. He loved the work, loved being outdoors, loved caring for the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. He built relationships with many of the forest's inhabitants, from the centaurs who lived in the woods, to the unicorns who allowed him to approach them, to the various other magical beasts that called the forest home. He became known as someone who could handle even the most dangerous creatures, who would rescue injured animals and nurse them back to health, who treated all living things with kindness and respect, regardless of how frightening or dangerous they might be. But there was also loneliness in his life, a sense of being permanently separated from the world of wizards and witches who had finished their education properly. He could not attend the feasts in the Great Hall as a student or teacher. He lived alone in his hut, apart from the social life of the castle. Other adults in the wizarding world sometimes treated him with suspicion or condescension because of his expulsion and his half-giant heritage. Children pointed and whispered when they saw him. He was an outsider, someone who did not quite fit anywhere, too wizard to be fully giant and too giant to be fully wizard. Throughout all of this, Dumbledore remained his greatest supporter and advocate. The Transfiguration professor, who would eventually become headmaster, never forgot what he had done for Hagrid or stopped looking out for him. He trusted Hagrid absolutely, often saying that he would trust Hagrid with his life. This trust was not misplaced. Hagrid's loyalty to Dumbledore was absolute, unwavering, and would remain so for the rest of Dumbledore's life and beyond. Dumbledore had saved him when he had nothing, had given him a home and a purpose when everyone else was ready to cast him aside, and Hagrid never forgot that debt. As the years passed and Hagrid grew into adulthood, his size stabilized at about 11.5 feet tall, which was enormous by human standards, but actually quite small by giant standards. This fact that he was a runt even among half-giants would have significant implications later in his life. For now, though, he settled into his role at Hogwarts, becoming a fixture of the grounds, a friendly giant who could be seen tending his garden, feeding the creatures of the forest, and maintaining the castle's extensive grounds with care and dedication. In the 1970s, as Lord Voldemort began his rise to power and the First Wizarding War erupted across Britain, Hagrid joined the original Order of the Phoenix. This was a secret organization founded by Albus Dumbledore, who by then was headmaster of Hogwarts, to fight against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. The order consisted of witches and wizards willing to risk everything to oppose the Dark Lord and protect the wizarding world from his reign of terror. Hagrid's inclusion in the order showed how much Dumbledore trusted him, how much he valued Hagrid's unique abilities and unwavering loyalty. As an order member, Hagrid participated in the fight against Voldemort's forces during those dark years. His size and strength made him valuable in combat situations, and his knowledge of magical creatures helped the Order deal with various threats. He could not cast a Patronus to ward off Dementors like other Order members, but he had other strengths that proved useful. The war was brutal, with heavy casualties on both sides. Many of Hagrid's fellow Order members died in the fighting, killed by Death Eaters, or by the dark creatures that Voldemort commanded. But Hagrid survived those terrible years, continuing to serve the Order and fight for what was right. On October 31st, 1981, everything changed. Lord Voldemort, having learned of a prophecy concerning a child who could defeat him, went to Godric's Hollow to murder 1-year-old Harry Potter. Voldemort killed Harry's parents, James and Lily Potter, but when he tried to kill baby Harry, the killing curse mysteriously backfired. The Dark Lord was destroyed, reduced to less than a ghost, and forced to flee. His body was gone, his power shattered, and the war ended that night in the ruins of the Potter house. Albus Dumbledore had a specific task for Hagrid that night. He sent the half-giant to Godric's Hollow to rescue baby Harry from the destroyed house. Hagrid arrived to find a scene of devastation. The house was partially destroyed by dark magic. James Potter lay dead downstairs, having tried to hold off Voldemort to give his wife and son time to escape. Lily Potter was dead upstairs in Harry's nursery, having died trying to protect her son, and Harry, just a year old, was sitting in his crib crying, a lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead where Voldemort's curse had struck him. Hagrid pulled Harry from the wreckage, the baby now the most famous child in the wizarding world, the boy who lived, who had somehow survived the killing curse. As Hagrid held the infant, he was approached by Sirius Black, who had been James Potter's best friend and was Harry's godfather. Sirius was nearly hysterical with grief and rage, desperate to take Harry and care for him as James would have wanted. But Hagrid had orders from Dumbledore. The baby was to be taken to his aunt and uncle, the only blood relatives he had left, where ancient magic would protect him from Voldemort's remaining followers. Sirius reluctantly let Hagrid take Harry, but he offered his motorcycle for the journey, a magical flying motorcycle that he had used as an Order member. Hagrid accepted, placing baby Harry in a blanket and climbing onto the bike. They flew through the night sky, travelling from Godric's Hollow to Surrey, where Harry's aunt and uncle lived on Privet Drive. It must have been a surreal journey for Hagrid, flying through the darkness with the infant who had just defeated the most powerful dark wizard of the age, knowing that he was carrying the child to a life with muggles who knew nothing of magic or the wizarding, a world's gratitude. Hagrid arrived at number 4 Privet Drive to find Dumbledore waiting, along with Professor McGonagall, who had been watching the house in her animagus form as a cat. Hagrid handed baby Harry over to Dumbledore, and together they placed the infant on the doorstep of his relative's house with a letter explaining what had happened. Hagrid was beside himself with grief, sobbing loudly at having to leave Harry there, at the thought of this special child growing up with muggles who could not possibly understand what he was or what he had done. McGonagall had to tell him to quiet down, worried he would wake the muggle neighbours with his loud crying. After leaving Harry with the Dursleys, Hagrid returned Sirius's motorcycle to him and went back to Hogwarts. Life returned to something resembling normal, though the wizarding world was celebrating Voldemort's defeat and the end of the war. Hagrid went back to his duties as gamekeeper, tending the grounds, caring for creatures, living his quiet life in the hut by the Forbidden Forest. But he never forgot baby Harry Potter, never stopped thinking about the boy who had saved them all. Over the next decade, Hagrid continued his work at Hogwarts, becoming more skilled and knowledgeable in his duties with each passing year. He remained friends with the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, particularly one named Ronan, though this relationship would become strained in later years due to various conflicts. He acquired a boarhound named Fang, a large, cowardly dog who looked fierce but was actually terrified of everything. Fang became Hagrid's constant companion, following him on his rounds and keeping him company in his hut. Hagrid developed his collection of dangerous and unusual creatures during these years, always bringing home things that other people would find terrifying or revolting. At some point, he acquired Fluffy, a 3-headed dog purchased from a Greek man in a pub. 3-headed dogs, also called Cerberus, were extremely rare and dangerous, but Hagrid saw Fluffy as just a big, playful puppy. He learned that music could calm the beast, putting all 3 heads to sleep, which would later prove to be important information. He also kept various other creatures around his hut, from giant beetles to venomous snails, constantly fascinated by the more dangerous end of the magical creature spectrum. During these years, Hagrid occasionally helped Dumbledore with special tasks, using his unique skills for various purposes. He travelled to find and purchase creatures for Hogwarts, dealt with problems in the Forbidden Forest, and sometimes served as an unofficial ambassador to various magical communities that normal wizards could not easily approach. His size and strength, combined with his gentle nature and Dumbledore's trust, made him valuable for missions that required someone unusual. In the summer of 1991, Dumbledore gave Hagrid a special assignment. He needed someone to retrieve a small package from a high-security vault at Gringotts Wizarding Bank and bring it to Hogwarts, where it would be hidden and protected. This package, which turned out to be the Philosopher's Stone, was valuable beyond measure and needed to be guarded from Lord Voldemort's followers who might try to steal it. Dumbledore trusted only Hagrid with this mission, knowing he would never betray that trust or be tempted by the stone's power. But Dumbledore also gave Hagrid a second task that summer, one that meant even more to the half-giant personally. He asked Hagrid to find Harry Potter, who would be turning 11 and receiving his Hogwarts letter, and bring him to Diagon Alley to purchase his school supplies. Harry's aunt and uncle had apparently been preventing him from receiving his letters, so Hagrid would need to track them down and personally deliver the letter. For Hagrid, this was an enormous honour, and a source of tremendous excitement. He had last seen Harry as a baby on the doorstep at Privet Drive. Now he would get to meet him again, get to tell him about the wizarding world, get to welcome him to Hogwarts. On July 31st, Harry's 11th birthday, Hagrid tracked the Dursleys to a hut on a rock in the middle of the sea, where they had fled trying to escape Harry's Hogwarts letters. Hagrid broke down the door at midnight, terrifying the Dursleys and completely amazing Harry. When he saw Harry for the first time in 10 years, Hagrid was overcome with emotion, commenting on how much the boy looked like his father, but had his mother's eyes. He presented Harry with a slightly squashed birthday cake that he had made himself, the first birthday cake Harry had ever received. Then Hagrid did something that would change Harry's life forever. He told him the truth. He explained that Harry was a wizard, that he was famous in the magical world, that his parents had been murdered by Lord Voldemort, and that Harry had somehow survived. He told him about Hogwarts, about magic, about the wonderful world that existed beyond the narrow confines of Privet Drive. When Vernon Dursley tried to prevent Harry from learning about his heritage, when he insulted Harry's parents and the magical world, Hagrid lost his temper and attempted to transform the Dursley's son Dudley into a pig, though he only managed to give him a pig's tail. The next day, Hagrid took Harry to Diagon Alley, the magical shopping district hidden in London, and showed him the wonders of the wizarding world. He helped Harry get his school supplies, bought him his owl Hedwig as a birthday present, and answered countless questions about magic and Hogwarts. For Harry, who had lived his entire life being told he was worthless and abnormal, Hagrid's warmth and acceptance meant everything. Hagrid became the first person to ever treat Harry with genuine kindness, the first person to make him feel special and valued rather than like a burden. That day in Diagon Alley marked the beginning of a friendship that would last for the rest of their lives. When September 1st arrived and the Hogwarts Express prepared to depart from King's Cross Station, Hagrid made sure Harry got onto platform 9 3/4 safely, helping him navigate the magical barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He reassured the nervous boy that he would be fine at Hogwarts, that he would learn quickly and make friends. Then Hagrid returned to Hogwarts ahead of the students, arriving by a different route to prepare for their arrival. Harry's first year at Hogwarts brought Hagrid back into close contact with students for the first time in decades. Harry, along with his new friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, began visiting Hagrid's hut regularly, having tea and rock cakes and discussing everything happening at the school. For Hagrid, who had lived a somewhat isolated life on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, these visits were wonderful. He finally had friends who came to see him, not because they had to, but because they wanted to, who enjoyed his company and listened to his stories. But Hagrid's tendency to accidentally reveal secrets caused problems that first year. When he mentioned to a stranger in a pub that Fluffy would fall asleep if you played music for him, he did not realize he was giving crucial information to Professor Quirrell, who was hosting Lord Voldemort's spirit and planning to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid also accidentally let slip information about Nicholas Flamel and the stone's location to Harry and his friends. He felt terrible when he realized what he had done, how his loose tongue had endangered the stone and potentially helped Voldemort return to power. That spring, Hagrid made another decision that would cause complications. He won a dragon egg in a card game at a pub in Hogsmeade, and he could not resist the opportunity to hatch and raise a dragon. Dragons were among the most dangerous creatures in existence, and it was completely illegal to keep them in Britain without special ministry permits. But Hagrid had always wanted a dragon, had dreamed of raising one, and here was his chance. He brought the egg back to his hut and waited for it to hatch. When the baby Norwegian Ridgeback emerged from the egg, Hagrid named him Norbert and immediately fell in love. He fed Norbert dead rats and brandy, sang him lullabies, and treated him like a beloved pet, despite the fact that the dragon was breathing fire and growing at an alarming rate. Harry, Ron, and Hermione tried to convince Hagrid that he could not keep a dragon in a wooden hut, that Norbert was becoming dangerous and would soon be too large to hide, but Hagrid was too attached to listen to reason. The situation resolved itself when Norbert bit Ron's hand, and the wound became infected, forcing Ron to seek treatment in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey noticed the dragon bite and reported it to the authorities. Hagrid was devastated, but finally accepted that Norbert needed to go to a dragon's sanctuary in Romania where he could live properly. Ron's brother, Charlie, who worked with dragons, arranged for the transfer. Hagrid was heartbroken, saying goodbye to Norbert, crying over the dragon who had only been in his life for a few weeks, but whom he had loved completely. When Harry faced Professor Quirrell and Voldemort in the chamber beneath the school, trying to stop them from stealing the Philosopher's Stone, Hagrid blamed himself terribly. He had given away the secret of how to get past Fluffy. He had provided information that helped the villain. Even though Harry succeeded in stopping Quirrell and protecting the stone, Hagrid felt responsible for endangering everyone. He kept apologizing when Harry recovered in the hospital wing, promising he would never drink again, though that was a promise he would not manage to keep. As a gesture of apology and affection, Hagrid created something special for Harry. He contacted old friends of James and Lily Potter and asked them to send any photographs they had of Harry's parents. He collected these photos and assembled them into a beautiful album, a book of memories that Harry could treasure since he had no pictures of his parents from the Dursleys. When Harry received this gift, he was speechless with gratitude. It was one of the most thoughtful presents anyone had ever given him, proof of how much Hagrid cared and understood what Harry needed. Harry's second year brought new troubles for Hagrid, troubles that echoed the worst moments of his own student days 50 years earlier. The Chamber of Secrets was opened again, and students began being attacked and petrified just as they had been in 1943. Suspicion immediately fell on Hagrid, because everyone knew he had been expelled for supposedly opening the chamber the first time. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, decided that whether or not Hagrid was actually guilty, he needed to be seen taking action to calm the panic. So in May of 1993, Fudge arrived at Hogwarts with orders to take Hagrid to Azkaban Prison, the fortress in the North Sea where the worst criminals in the wizarding world were kept. Dumbledore protested, insisting that Hagrid was innocent, but Fudge would not be swayed. On the same night that Dumbledore was suspended as headmaster by the school governors, Hagrid was arrested and taken away. Before he left, he managed to give Harry and Ron a cryptic message, telling them that if they wanted answers, they should follow the spiders. He knew that following the spiders would lead them to Aragog in the Forbidden Forest, and Aragog could tell them the truth about what had happened 50 years ago. Harry and Ron did follow the spiders, though it nearly cost them their lives. They found Aragog deep in the forest, now ancient and blind, but still alive, surrounded by hundreds of his descendants. Aragog told them the story of how Tom Riddle had framed Hagrid, how the monster from the Chamber of Secrets was something that even Acromantulas feared, how Hagrid had been innocent all along. The information was valuable, but Aragog also made it clear that his affection for Hagrid did not extend to Hagrid's friends. He gave his children permission to eat Harry and Ron, and they barely escaped in Arthur Weasley's flying car. The information from Aragog, combined with other clues, allowed Harry to figure out that the monster was a basilisk and that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. He went down into the chamber, faced Tom Riddle's memory preserved in a diary, and destroyed both the diary and the basilisk. This proved conclusively that Hagrid had been innocent both 50 years ago and in the present attacks. Hagrid was immediately released from Azkaban and returned to Hogwarts. He arrived back at the castle just in time for the end-of-year feast, walking into the Great Hall to thunderous applause from the students. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were especially glad to see him, knowing that their investigation had helped clear his name. Dumbledore, who had also been reinstated as headmaster, made sure everyone understood that Hagrid had been innocent, that he had been wrongly accused and wrongly imprisoned. It was a moment of vindication for Hagrid after 50 years of living under a cloud of suspicion. But even being cleared of wrongdoing did not change one important fact. Hagrid's wand had been broken when he was expelled, and that sentence had never been reversed. He was still technically not allowed to perform magic, still forbidden from having a proper wand. His name was cleared in terms of the Chamber of Secrets attacks, but his expulsion stood. He would never be able to finish his magical education or practice magic openly and legally. The pink umbrella with his broken wand hidden inside would remain his only magical tool. During the summer of 1993, something significant happened. Dumbledore decided that it was time for Hagrid to become a proper professor at Hogwarts. The care of magical creatures position was open, and Dumbledore believed Hagrid would be perfect for it. Hagrid had spent decades working with magical creatures, had an encyclopedic knowledge of different species, and had a genuine passion for teaching students about the animals he loved. It would be a chance for Hagrid to step into a more prominent role at the school, to become a true member of the faculty rather than just the groundskeeper. When Dumbledore offered him the position, Hagrid was overwhelmed. He had never imagined that he, an expelled half-giant with a broken wand, could become a professor at Hogwarts. He was terrified of the responsibility, worried he would not be good enough, afraid of disappointing Dumbledore and the students. But Dumbledore had faith in him, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione encouraged him enthusiastically. So Hagrid accepted the position, becoming Professor of Care of Magical Creatures for the start of Harry's 3rd year. At the start of term feast, when Dumbledore announced Hagrid's appointment, the students applauded, and Hagrid became very emotional, wiping tears from his eyes with his tablecloth. For someone who had been expelled in disgrace 50 years ago, becoming a professor was an incredible honor and a sign of how much things had changed. He was finally being given the respect and recognition he deserved, finally being treated as a valued member of the Hogwarts community, rather than just the odd half-giant who lived in the hut. Hagrid's first class as a professor showed both his strengths and his weaknesses as a teacher. He was enthusiastic and knowledgeable, introducing the students to hippogriffs, which were magnificent and dangerous creatures that most Care of Magical Creatures classes never got to see. He taught the students the proper way to approach a hippogriff, showing them that you had to bow and wait for the creature to bow back, demonstrating respect before approaching. Harry successfully rode Buckbeak the hippogriff, having a wonderful experience flying around the grounds. But then Draco Malfoy, who had been insulting the lesson and refusing to take it seriously, deliberately provoked Buckbeak by insulting him and approaching without proper respect. The hippogriff attacked Malfoy, slashing his arm with its talons. The injury was not serious, and Madame Pomfrey healed it easily, but Malfoy and his father Lucius made an enormous fuss about the incident. They complained to the Ministry of Magic, and suddenly Hagrid's first class had turned into a potential disaster. Lucius Malfoy, who had never liked Hagrid and was prejudiced against half-giants, used his influence with the Ministry to have Buckbeak sentenced to execution. The Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures ruled that the hippogriff was too dangerous to live and ordered him put to death. Hagrid was devastated, blaming himself for what had happened, convinced that his incompetence as a teacher had led to both a student injury and an innocent creature's death sentence. He tried to mount a legal defense for Buckbeak, working with Hermione to prepare an appeal, but the deck was stacked against them. The day of Buckbeak's execution arrived, and Hagrid prepared to say goodbye to another creature he had come to love. The committee executioner, Walden McNair, arrived at the castle along with an elderly committee member and Dumbledore to witness the execution. But Harry and Hermione, using Hermione's time turner, managed to rescue Buckbeak before the execution could take place. They led him away, while Hagrid and the others were inside the hut, and when McNair went to carry out the execution, the hippogriff was gone. Hagrid did not know what had happened, but he was overjoyed that Buckbeak had somehow escaped. After the Buckbeak incident, Hagrid became much more cautious in his teaching. He stopped introducing the students to dangerous or exciting creatures, and instead focused on safe, boring animals that nobody could possibly complain about. His lessons became dull, featuring creatures like flobberworms that did almost nothing interesting. The students complained that the class was boring, and Hagrid was clearly unhappy with the situation, but he was too afraid of causing another incident to take any risks. During Harry's 4th year, when Hogwarts hosted the Triwizard Tournament, Hagrid developed a romantic interest in Olympe Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic. Maxime was a half-giant like Hagrid, standing about as tall as him, and they bonded over their shared heritage and love of magical creatures. Hagrid was clearly smitten, getting dressed up to spend time with her, and showing her his more impressive creatures to try to impress her. But that year also brought one of Hagrid's most painful experiences. Rita Skeeter, a journalist for the Daily Prophet who specialized in scandalous stories, discovered that Hagrid was a half-giant and published an article exposing his parentage. She portrayed him as dangerous and incompetent, suggesting that having a half-giant teaching students was putting them at risk. The article included details about his mother, Fridwulfa, about how she had abandoned him, about his expulsion from Hogwarts, painting the most negative picture possible of his life and character. The article devastated Hagrid. He had never made a secret of being a half-giant, but having it splashed across the front page of the Daily Prophet, having his personal pain and his mother's abandonment discussed for everyone to read was humiliating. He knew the prejudice that existed in the wizarding world against giants and half-giants, knew that many people would read the article and decide he was dangerous simply because of what he was. He tried to resign from his teaching position, convinced that he was bringing shame to Hogwarts and endangering students by being there. Dumbledore refused to accept Hagrid's resignation, making it clear that he valued Hagrid as a teacher and did not care what the Daily Prophet or anyone else thought about his heritage. Harry, Ron, and Hermione also rallied around him, visiting his hut and insisting that they did not care that he was a half-giant, that it did not change how they felt about him. Slowly, Hagrid came to accept that his real friends did not judge him for his parentage, that being a half-giant did not make him less worthy of respect or less capable as a teacher. When Voldemort returned to full power at the end of that school year, everything changed. Dumbledore immediately began making preparations for the war that was coming, and this included reviving the Order of the Phoenix. Hagrid was, of course, included in the new order, just as he had been in the original organization during the First Wizarding War. He was ready to fight again, ready to do whatever was necessary to oppose Voldemort and protect the people he loved. The following summer, Dumbledore gave Hagrid a dangerous and important mission. He wanted Hagrid and Olympe Maxime to travel to the mountains of Eastern Europe, where the giants lived, and try to convince them to join the fight against Voldemort. This was crucial because Voldemort would certainly be trying to recruit the giants to his side, and giants were incredibly powerful allies in warfare. Their strength and resistance to magic made them devastating in combat, and whichever side secured their allegiance would have a significant advantage. Hagrid and Maxime travelled together to find the giant colony, a journey that took them across Europe. They had to travel non-magically for much of the trip to avoid being followed by ministry officials or Death Eaters. They encountered various obstacles along the way, including outrunning some trolls on the Polish border and having a disagreement with a vampire in Minsk. But eventually, they found the giants in their remote mountain colony. There were approximately 80 giants left, a shockingly small number for a species that had once been widespread. The giants lived in crude camps in the mountains, following their strongest member, who held the title of Gurg, or chief. When Hagrid and Maxime arrived, the Gurg was a giant named Carcus, who seemed willing to listen to Dumbledore's messages of peace and alliance. Hagrid presented him with gifts from Dumbledore, including a helmet forged by goblins and Gubrathian fire that would never go out. Carcus accepted the gifts and seemed genuinely interested in what Hagrid had to say, but before negotiations could progress very far, Carcus was killed in a challenge by another giant named Golgamath. This was how giant leadership worked. Any giant could challenge the Gurg for leadership, and these challenges always ended in death for one of the combatants. Golgamath was much more violent and much less interested in alliances with wizards. He had already been approached by Death Eaters, specifically Walden McNair, and had decided that Voldemort's side offered more in terms of freedom to cause destruction. When Hagrid and Maxime tried to continue their diplomatic mission with Golgamath, they were rejected violently. Golgamath's followers attacked them, and Hagrid was seized by several giants who would have killed him. Maxime saved his life by casting conjunctivitis curses at the giants' eyes, temporarily blinding them and allowing Hagrid and Maxime to escape. They fled the giant colony, knowing that their mission had failed, and that the giants would almost certainly side with Voldemort in the coming war. But during his time in the giant colony, Hagrid discovered something important and deeply personal. He met a giant named Grawp, who at 16 feet tall was considered a runt by giant standards, too small to be respected or accepted by the others. When Hagrid spoke with Grawp, he learned that this young giant was the son of Fridwulfa, which meant Grawp was Hagrid's half-brother. They shared the same mother, though Grawp's father was a full giant rather than a wizard. Hagrid was stunned by this discovery. He had a brother, someone who shared his blood even if they looked very different, and Grawp was being bullied and mistreated by the other giants for being too small, just as Hagrid himself had been rejected by his mother for the same reason. Hagrid could not leave his brother there to be tormented. He decided that he would bring Grawp back to Britain with him, hide him in the Forbidden Forest near Hogwarts, and try to teach him to live peacefully away from the violent giant colony. Maxime wanted nothing to do with this plan. She thought it was foolish and dangerous to try to transport a 16-foot giant across Europe and hide him in the Forbidden Forest. She and Hagrid parted ways, their romantic relationship ending as she returned to France, and he prepared for the difficult journey home with Grawp. The trip back took months longer than expected, because Hagrid had to travel slowly with his giant brother, keeping him hidden and managing his violent outbursts. Grawp did not speak English well, and did not understand why Hagrid was taking him away from the only home he had known. He was frustrated and angry much of the time, and his frustration led to violence. Grawp grabbed Hagrid, threw him, hit him repeatedly during their journey. Being a giant, even a small one, Grawp was immensely strong, and even Hagrid's half-giant durability could not protect him from being injured. By the time they reached Britain, Hagrid was covered in bruises and cuts from his brother's rough treatment. Hagrid managed to bring Grawp to the Forbidden Forest and hide him in a clearing deep in the woods, far from the castle and the areas where students normally went. He tied Grawp up with ropes to keep him from wandering or causing damage, and he began the difficult process of trying to teach his brother basic English and manners. Hagrid visited Grawp regularly, bringing him food and trying to civilize him, hoping that eventually his brother would calm down and learn to control his violent impulses. When Hagrid finally returned to Hogwarts in late November, months after the school year had started, he looked terrible. His face was covered in cuts and bruises. His hair was wild, and he clearly was not getting enough sleep. The students and staff were worried about him, especially when new injuries kept appearing on his face and hands. But Hagrid refused to explain where he had been or what he was doing, keeping Grawp's presence in the forest a secret because he knew the Ministry would demand that his brother be captured or killed if they learned about him. That year, Dolores Umbridge was appointed as High Inquisitor of Hogwarts, giving her the power to inspect teachers and fire those she deemed inadequate. Umbridge was deeply prejudiced against half-breeds, and she clearly despised Hagrid from the moment she saw him. She attended his classes with a clipboard, making snide comments about his teaching methods and his appearance, writing down everything she could use against him. She spoke to him loudly and slowly as if he were stupid, treating him with obvious contempt. Hagrid tried his best to improve his teaching, to satisfy Umbridge's impossible standards. On Hermione's advice, he began following the Ministry-approved curriculum more closely, teaching safer and more conventional lessons. But nothing he did was good enough for Umbridge, who was determined to find a reason to fire him. His visible injuries, which came from Grawp, but which Hagrid could not explain, made him look dangerous and unstable, giving Umbridge more ammunition. The situation came to a head one night, when Umbridge, along with several other Ministry officials, came to Hagrid's hut to arrest him and remove him from Hogwarts. Hagrid refused to go quietly. When they started firing stunning spells at him, the spells bounced off his giant tough skin, having almost no effect. His half-giant heritage gave him strong resistance to magic, making him extremely difficult to incapacitate with normal spells. The Ministry officials were shocked when their attacks did nothing to slow him down. A full fight broke out around Hagrid's hut. Multiple wizards attacked him simultaneously, throwing every spell they could think of at him. Professor McGonagall tried to intervene on Hagrid's behalf, protesting that they had no right to remove him in the middle of the night, and she was hit by 4 stunning spells at once, nearly killing her. Fang, Hagrid's loyal dog, was also struck by a stray spell. Seeing McGonagall fall and his dog injured, Hagrid grabbed Fang and fought his way through the Ministry officials, knocking them aside with his tremendous strength, and fled into the darkness with his dog. Hagrid went into hiding, knowing that he was now a fugitive from the Ministry. He could not stay at Hogwarts with Umbridge in control and the Ministry after him. But before he left entirely, he found Harry and Hermione and asked them for a huge favor. He told them about Grawp, revealing the secret he had been keeping all year. He asked them to visit his brother in the Forbidden Forest, to continue teaching him and caring for him while Hagrid was away. It was asking a lot, asking them to spend time with a violent 16-foot giant who barely spoke English, but Hagrid trusted them and needed their help. Harry and Hermione agreed, though they were terrified after meeting Grawp for the first time. The giant was indeed violent and unpredictable, grabbing at them and not understanding his own strength. But they visited him when they could, trying to continue Hagrid's work, helping Grawp learn basic words and trying to keep him calm. It was dangerous and often frightening, but they did it because Hagrid had asked them to, because he was their friend and they wanted to help him however they could. Hagrid eventually found refuge in the same cave where Sirius Black had hidden years earlier when he was on the run from the Ministry. He stayed there through the end of the school year, unable to return to Hogwarts, but remaining close enough to keep an eye on things. When the Death Eaters attacked Hogwarts and Dumbledore died, Hagrid was devastated. The man who had saved him, who had trusted him, who had given him a home and a purpose, was gone. Hagrid attended Dumbledore's funeral, standing with the other mourners to say goodbye to the greatest wizard he had ever known. During Harry's 6th year, Hagrid returned to his positions as gamekeeper and care of magical creatures professor. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had stopped taking his class because they were focusing on other subjects for their NEWT exams, and Hagrid was initially hurt by this. He felt they were abandoning him, that they no longer valued his teaching, but they explained that it had nothing to do with him, that they simply needed to prioritize certain subjects for their career goals, and he eventually understood and forgave them. That year, something sad happened in the Forbidden Forest. Aragog, the acromantula that Hagrid had raised from an egg more than 50 years earlier, died of old age. Hagrid was heartbroken, having lost the creature who had been with him longer than almost anyone else in his life. Professor Slughorn, the potions master, joined Hagrid for Aragog's funeral, partly out of respect, but also because he wanted to harvest some of the acromantula's valuable venom before the body decomposed. They buried Aragog in the forest near Hagrid's hut, and Hagrid got extremely drunk afterward, mourning his old friend. When Dumbledore died at the end of that year, killed by Severus Snape on the astronomy tower, Hagrid was one of the first to discover the body. He carried Dumbledore's body back to the castle, sobbing as he walked, unable to believe that the headmaster was really gone. At the funeral, Hagrid cried so loudly that his sobs echoed across the grounds, his grief impossible to contain. He had lost the person who meant more to him than anyone, the man who had saved him and trusted him and given him a life worth living. The following year brought darkness to the wizarding world. Voldemort took control of the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts, installing Severus Snape as headmaster and filling the school with Death Eaters disguised as teachers. Hagrid remained at Hogwarts, trying to protect students however he could in this new, terrible environment. When students were assigned detention, Snape put Hagrid in charge of those detentions, knowing that detention with Hagrid would involve working in the Forbidden Forest, rather than being tortured by the Carrow siblings, who were also teaching at the school. Hagrid did what he could to shelter students from the worst of the Death Eater regime at Hogwarts. He made sure detention with him was hard work, but not cruel, took students into the forest where they were away from the Carrows, and tried to maintain some sense of normalcy in an increasingly abnormal situation. But he could not protect everyone, could not shield all the students from what was happening in the castle and in the wider wizarding world. In the spring, Hagrid held a support Harry Potter party in his hut, openly declaring his loyalty to Harry, even though Harry was being hunted by Voldemort and the Ministry. The party was discovered, and Ministry officials came to arrest Hagrid for treason. But Hagrid was warned in time and managed to escape again, this time fleeing to the mountains with Grawp. They went into hiding together, Hagrid and his giant brother living rough in the wilderness, waiting for the war to end one way or another. When the Battle of Hogwarts began on May 2nd, 1998, Hagrid and Grawp returned to fight. They came down from the mountains to defend the school that had been Hagrid's home for more than 50 years. The battle was chaos, with Death Eaters and giants loyal to Voldemort attacking the castle, while students, teachers, and Order members defended it. Hagrid fought bravely, using his strength and his knowledge of the grounds to help protect the defenders. During the battle, tragedy struck. Hagrid ran out into the grounds where Aragog's children, hundreds of acromantulas, were swarming from the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid tried to protect the spiders, yelling at them to flee, trying to honor his old friend Aragog by saving his descendants. But the acromantulas were attacking everyone, Death Eaters and defenders alike. And Hagrid's pleas had no effect. He was surrounded and overwhelmed by the swarm of giant spiders, unable to escape despite his size and strength. Death Eaters found Hagrid trapped in the spider webs and captured him. They dragged him into the Forbidden Forest where Voldemort had set up his camp. There, Hagrid was tied up and held captive, forced to watch as Voldemort prepared for his final confrontation with Harry Potter. When Harry walked into the forest to sacrifice himself, when he willingly went to his death to protect everyone else, Hagrid was there to witness it. He saw Harry arrive, saw the tremendous courage it took for the young man to face Voldemort, knowing he was about to die. And then Voldemort cast the killing curse, and Harry fell. To Hagrid, watching in horror, it looked like Harry had been killed, like the boy he had rescued from Godric's Hollow 17 years ago had just died in front of him. Hagrid let out a terrible roar of grief and fury, sobbing Harry's name, completely devastated by what he had just witnessed. Voldemort, wanting to display his victory and demoralize the defenders at the castle, forced Hagrid to carry Harry's seemingly dead body back to Hogwarts. Hagrid walked through the Forbidden Forest carrying Harry, tears streaming down his face, howling in grief. It was a horrific echo of that night, 17 years earlier, when he had carried baby Harry from the ruins of his parents' house. Except this time, Harry seemed to be dead, truly dead, and Hagrid's heart was breaking. As they approached the castle, Hagrid was still crying, and he yelled at Voldemort, accusing him of being heartless for forcing him to do this, for making him carry Harry's body. When they reached the courtyard and Voldemort declared victory, claiming that Harry Potter was dead and the resistance was over, Hagrid stood there holding Harry, wishing he could have done something to prevent this, that he could have protected the boy who had become like family to him. But then something remarkable happened. Harry was not dead. He suddenly came back to life, leaping from Hagrid's arms and confronting Voldemort for the final time. Hagrid's grief turned to shock and then to wild hope as he realized Harry was alive, that somehow he had survived yet again. The battle resumed, even more chaotic than before. Hagrid fought in the second phase of the fighting, and at one point he saw Walden McNair, the executioner who had tried to kill Buckbeak years ago and who had been instrumental in recruiting the giants to Voldemort's side. Hagrid grabbed McNair and threw him against the wall of the Great Hall with tremendous force, paying him back for all the harm he had caused. When the battle finally ended with Voldemort's death, when the sun rose on a free Hogwarts and a free wizarding world, Hagrid was there to see it. He was one of the first people to approach Harry after the final confrontation, congratulating him and crying with joy and relief. The boy he had introduced to the wizarding world, the baby he had carried from Godric's Hollow, had grown up to defeat the darkest wizard of all time. Hagrid had watched Harry's entire journey, had been there for so many of the important moments, and now he was there for the greatest moment of all. After the war ended, Hagrid remained at Hogwarts, continuing his dual roles as Keeper of Keys and Grounds and Professor of Care of Magical Creatures. The school rebuilt, repaired the damage from the battle, and tried to return to something resembling normal. Hagrid helped with the reconstruction, using his strength to move rubble and repair structures. He mourned the many people who had died in the battle, including former students he had taught and friends he had known for decades. Life settled into a new routine in the years that followed. Hagrid continued teaching successive generations of students about magical creatures, sharing his vast knowledge and his enthusiasm with young witches and wizards. He maintained his friendships with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who visited him when they could, despite their busy adult lives. Harry became an Auror and eventually head of the Auror department. Ron joined him as an Auror, before eventually helping George run Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Hermione rose through the ranks at the Ministry of Magic, becoming a powerful force for changing unfair laws and improving the treatment of magical creatures and non-human magical beings. By the time Harry's own children were ready to attend Hogwarts, Hagrid was still there, still teaching, still living in his hut by the Forbidden Forest. When Harry's second son, Albus Severus Potter, started at Hogwarts in the autumn of 2017, Hagrid invited him for tea, just as he had done for Harry so many years before. The tradition continued, the next generation of Potters welcomed by the same kind half-giant who had welcomed their father. It was a sign of continuity, of the enduring nature of Hagrid's place at Hogwarts and in the hearts of those who knew him. Throughout all these years and all these changes, Rubeus Hagrid remained fundamentally the same person he had always been. He was still the gentle giant with a huge heart, still the man who saw beauty and value in creatures others found frightening, still loyal to a fault and willing to risk everything for those he loved. His past never stopped being complicated and painful. His mother had abandoned him. His father had died when he was young. He had been framed and expelled, had his education cut short and his wand destroyed. He had lived with prejudice and suspicion because of his giant blood, had been treated as less than a proper wizard by people who could not see past his size and appearance. But despite all of this, despite all the reasons he might have become bitter or cruel, Hagrid remained kind. He remained generous and trusting, sometimes too trusting, always ready to see the best in people and creatures. He never let his own suffering make him indifferent to the suffering of others. Instead, his pain seemed to make him more empathetic, more determined to protect and care for those who needed help. It was this quality, more than his strength or his knowledge of magical creatures, that made him truly special. Hagrid's relationship with magical creatures defined much of his life and his identity. From childhood, he had been drawn to animals that others feared or avoided. He saw past the fangs and claws and venom to the living being underneath, understanding that creatures labeled as monsters were often just misunderstood or reacting to how they were treated by wizards. His acromantula Aragog, his dragon Norbert, his three-headed dog Fluffy, his hippogriff Buckbeak, even his giant brother Grawp, all were creatures that most people would have avoided or tried to destroy. But Hagrid saw them as individuals deserving of care and respect. This love for dangerous creatures sometimes got Hagrid into trouble. His judgment about what constituted a safe or appropriate creature to keep was questionable at best. He thought baby dragons made good pets despite their tendency to bite and breathe fire. He believed acromantulas could be tamed and domesticated despite their nature as man-eating spiders. He kept a three-headed dog in a wooden hut and thought blast-ended scroots, dangerous hybrid creatures of questionable legality, would make interesting subjects for student lessons. His enthusiasm for creatures often outpaced his common sense about the dangers they posed. But this same quality also made him an exceptional gamekeeper and teacher for those willing to learn. Hagrid understood creature behavior in ways that academic study alone could never teach. He knew how to approach a hippogriff with proper respect, how to calm a frightened unicorn, how to navigate the forbidden forest safely among its many dangerous inhabitants. He had built relationships with the centaurs who lived in the forest, though these relationships were sometimes rocky and complicated by wizard-centaur tensions. He knew which areas of the forest were safe and which harbored creatures too dangerous even for him to handle casually. His teaching style was unconventional and sometimes problematic from an institutional perspective. He did not always follow proper curriculum guidelines, preferring to show students the most exciting and impressive creatures, rather than the safer, more boring ones that the ministry recommended. His classroom management skills were limited, and he sometimes failed to adequately protect students from the creatures he was showing them, as the Buckbeak incident demonstrated. He took criticism very personally and responded by retreating into overly cautious lessons rather than finding a balanced middle ground. But for students who genuinely loved magical creatures and wanted to learn about them deeply rather than superficially, Hagrid was an inspired teacher. He brought real passion to his lessons, showing students creatures they would never otherwise see, and sharing knowledge gained from decades of hands-on experience. He taught them that magical creatures were not just subjects to be studied, but living beings with their own personalities, needs, and dignity. His lessons, when they worked well, were memorable and transformative in ways that textbook learning could never be. Hagrid's relationships with people were just as important to him as his relationships with creatures. Despite being let down and betrayed multiple times throughout his life, he remained remarkably trusting and loyal. He formed deep attachments to those who showed him kindness, and he would do absolutely anything for the people he considered friends. His loyalty to Dumbledore was absolute and unwavering, based on the life-changing kindness Dumbledore had shown him when he was expelled. For 55 years, from the day Dumbledore convinced Headmaster Dippet to let him stay at Hogwarts until the day Dumbledore died, Hagrid served him with complete devotion. This loyalty extended to Harry Potter in a similar way. From the moment Dumbledore trusted him to rescue baby Harry from Godric's Hollow, Hagrid felt a special connection to and responsibility for the boy. He watched over Harry from a distance during his childhood, and when the time came to bring Harry into the wizarding world, Hagrid embraced that role with joy. He became something like a father figure or beloved uncle to Harry, someone who believed in him unconditionally and was always there when he needed support or guidance. The bond between them was deep and mutual, with Harry considering Hagrid one of the most important people in his life. His friendship with Ron and Hermione was similarly important. The three students who began visiting his hut in their first year and continued to do so throughout their time at Hogwarts gave Hagrid something he had rarely experienced: genuine friendship with people who sought out his company because they enjoyed it, not because they needed something from him. They listened to his problems, helped him when he was in trouble, defended him when others criticized or attacked him. For someone who had spent much of his life alone or on the margins of Wizarding society, these friendships meant everything. Hagrid's social position was always somewhat liminal and complicated. As gamekeeper, he was staff at Hogwarts, but not quite faculty, until he became a professor. Even after becoming a professor, his lack of formal qualifications and his half-giant status meant some people never fully accepted him as their equal. He lived physically on the edge of the grounds in his hut, literally occupying a space between the civilized castle and the wild forest. His mixed heritage placed him between the wizard and giant worlds, fully belonging to neither. This in-between status had both costs and benefits. The costs included prejudice, isolation, and always being somewhat of an outsider, even in the place he called home. People like Dolores Umbridge and Lucius Malfoy treated him with open contempt, seeing him as inferior because of his giant blood. Even people who were not deliberately cruel sometimes spoke slowly and loudly to him, as if he were stupid, unable to see past his size and unconventional education to the intelligent, knowledgeable person underneath. The benefits included a certain freedom from social constraints, the ability to move between different worlds, and access to creatures and places that normal wizards could not easily reach. The prejudice against half-giants and giants in general was a constant presence in Hagrid's life. Giants were feared in the wizarding world, remembered for ancient wars against wizards and their participation in Voldemort's forces during the First Wizarding War. The fact that giants were violent, that they killed each other in leadership challenges and had trouble coexisting peacefully with smaller beings, gave this prejudice some basis in reality. But it also meant that half-giants like Hagrid, who had never hurt anyone unprovoked and who were gentle despite their size, were tarred with the same brush. When Rita Skeeter published her expose about Hagrid's heritage, the article played on these prejudices deliberately. She portrayed his mixed blood as making him inherently dangerous, suggested that he should never have been allowed to teach children, and implied that his presence at Hogwarts put students at risk. The article devastated Hagrid, not because he was ashamed of being a half-giant, but because he knew how many people would read it and believe the worst about him. He knew that parents might demand his removal, that students might fear him, that all the progress he had made in building a life and career at Hogwarts could be destroyed by prejudice. The fact that Dumbledore, Harry, Ron, and Hermione all stood by him during this crisis was crucial to Hagrid's recovery from the article's impact. Their support showed him that the people who mattered, the people who really knew him, judged him by his character and actions, rather than by his heritage. Dumbledore's refusal to accept his resignation was particularly important, a clear statement that Hagrid's value as a teacher and person had nothing to do with his parentage. It took time, but Hagrid eventually accepted that he did not need to be ashamed of what he was, that his mother's giant blood did not define him or determine his worth. His relationship with his giant heritage was complex. On one hand, he never tried to hide what he was once he became an adult. He acknowledged being a half-giant, talked about his mother when asked, and did not pretend to be something he was not. On the other hand, his mother's abandonment and the prejudice he faced meant he could never have uncomplicated pride in his giant ancestry. His mother had left because he was too small, too human, rejecting him for not being giant enough. The wizarding world often rejected him for being too giant, too large and frightening, and different from normal wizards. This double rejection, too human for giants, too giant for humans, shaped much of Hagrid's experience in psychology. It contributed to his tendency to adopt and protect creatures that were also rejected or feared by others. When he looked at Aragog, the acromantula, or Norbert, the dragon, or Grawp, the giant, perhaps he saw something of himself, beings that did not fit neatly into categories and were judged harshly for their differences. By protecting and caring for these creatures, he was in some way protecting and validating the rejected, misunderstood parts of himself. His physical size, a direct result of his giant heritage, was both an asset and a burden. At 11.5 feet tall, Hagrid towered over every normal wizard and witch. His massive hands could handle creatures that would be dangerous for others to touch. His strength allowed him to perform physical tasks that would require magic for ordinary wizards, from moving huge boulders to restraining dangerous animals. His giant inherited resistance to magic protected him from stunning spells and other attacks that would incapacitate normal people, making him very difficult to defeat in combat. but this same size made ordinary life more complicated. He could not fit comfortably in normal-sized spaces. Chairs and beds and doors designed for regular wizards were too small for him. He had to be careful not to accidentally break things or hurt people when moving around the castle or interacting with students. His appearance frightened some people, particularly young children who were not used to seeing someone so large. Simple activities that others took for granted required special accommodations when Hagrid was involved. The films brought Hagrid to life in a way that captured both his intimidating physical presence and his gentle nature. The role of Hagrid was played by Scottish actor Robbie Coltrane, who became completely synonymous with the character across all 8 Harry Potter films. Coltrane was author J.K. Rowling's first and only choice for the role, the one actor she wanted above all others to portray the beloved half-giant. She knew his work and believed he had the perfect combination of physical presence and emotional warmth to make Hagrid real. Robbie Coltrane was born Anthony Robert Macmillan on March 30th, 1950 in Rutherglen, Scotland. He adopted the stage name Coltrane in tribute to jazz saxophonist John Coltrane, whose music he loved. Before becoming internationally famous as Hagrid, Coltrane had already built an impressive career in British film and television. He worked in comedy, appearing in shows like A Kick Up the 80s and Al Fresco, alongside future stars like Hugh Laurie, Stephen Fry, and Emma Thompson. He played Falstaff in Kenneth Branagh's film adaptation of Henry V, and appeared in James Bond films GoldenEye and The World Is Not Enough as Valentin Zukovsky. But it was his role as criminal psychologist Dr. Edward Fitzgerald, nicknamed Fitz, in the British crime drama Cracker, that really established Coltrane as a serious dramatic actor. He won 3 consecutive BAFTA awards for his performance in that series, which ran from 1993 to 1995. The character of Fitz was brilliant but deeply flawed, struggling with gambling addiction and complicated relationships while solving crimes through psychological insight. Coltrane brought depth and complexity to the role, showing he could handle material that was both intellectually challenging and emotionally raw. When Rowling was asked who she envisioned playing Hagrid, she responded immediately and without hesitation, Robbie Coltrane. She had not written the character with Coltrane in mind initially, but once she thought of him for the role, she could not imagine anyone else. According to Coltrane himself, Rowling based Hagrid partly on a member of the Hells Angels motorcycle gang she had known in the West Country, someone who was huge and terrifying in appearance, but would then sit down and talk about his garden and how his petunias had been very bad that year. This combination of intimidating exterior and gentle interior was exactly what Coltrane brought to the screen. Making Hagrid appear as a half-giant on film required considerable technical wizardry. Coltrane himself was a large man, standing over 6 feet tall and broadly built, but he was not the 11.5 feet that Hagrid was supposed to be. The filmmakers used various techniques to make him appear much larger than the other actors. They often filmed Coltrane from low camera angles, looking up at him from the perspective of shorter characters like Harry, which made him seem to tower over them. They filmed other actors from high angles when they were in scenes with Hagrid, making them look smaller by comparison. They also used forced perspective, a technique where actors are placed at different distances from the camera to make one appear larger than the other, even though they are actually closer to the same size. For scenes where Hagrid needed to interact closely with other characters, they sometimes built 2 versions of the same set, one at normal scale and one with smaller furniture and props that made Coltrane look enormous by comparison. They also employed a body double, former rugby player Martin Bayfield, who stood 6 feet 10 inches tall and wore a large animatronic head, designed to look like Hagrid for very wide shots where maximum size was needed. The filmmakers settled on making Hagrid approximately 8 feet 6 inches tall in the films, smaller than his book height, but still impressively large and achievable with the available special effects technology. This compromise allowed them to create a believable half-giant without making every scene with Hagrid too complicated or expensive to film. The various techniques blended together seamlessly most of the time, creating the impression of a genuinely giant person moving through the normal-sized world. Coltrane's performance went far beyond the technical challenges of appearing the right size. He brought Hagrid's character to life through his voice, his expressions, and his emotional availability. His thick Scottish accent, which he modified slightly for the role but never entirely eliminated, gave Hagrid a distinct vocal quality that felt both warm and slightly rough around the edges. He could shift from booming anger to heartbroken tears, to gentle kindness within a single scene, showing the full emotional range of a character who felt everything deeply. His physical performance was remarkable, despite the limitations imposed by being made to look larger than he was. He moved with a certain heaviness and care, showing how someone of Hagrid's size would have to be constantly aware of their strength and the fragility of things around them. When he interacted with creatures, with Harry, with his environment, Coltrane showed both power and gentleness, making it clear that Hagrid could crush someone if he wanted to, but never would, because violence was not in his nature. Some of the most memorable moments in the entire film series belong to Hagrid, brought to life by Coltrane's committed performance. In Philosopher's Stone, his entrance breaking down the door of the hut on the rock, his face appearing in the darkness, was the perfect introduction to the character and the magical world. His delivery of the line, "You're a wizard, Harry," became iconic, the moment when everything changed for Harry and for the audience watching the story unfold. The warmth in his voice when he talked about Harry's parents, the anger when he defended them against Vernon Dursley's insults, showed both his caring nature and his fierce loyalty. His scene in Chamber of Secrets, when he was being taken to Azkaban, was heartbreaking. Coltrane played Hagrid's fear and sadness without making him seem weak, showing a man who was being punished unjustly, but who faced it with as much dignity as he could manage. His parting words to Harry and Ron, telling them to follow the spiders, were delivered with just the right combination of urgency and trust. Believing these children would solve the mystery, he could not. The moment in Prisoner of Azkaban, when Buckbeak was saved from execution, was pure joy in Coltrane's performance. Hagrid did not know how the hippogriff had escaped, but his relief and happiness were genuine and overwhelming. Later in that same film, when Hagrid talked to Harry about his parents and showed him the picture album, Coltrane brought quiet emotion to the scene, showing Hagrid's understanding of what it meant to grow up without parents and his desire to give Harry some connection to the family he had lost. Goblet of Fire featured Hagrid's relationship with Madame Maxime and his devastation after Rita Skeeter's article. Coltrane showed Hagrid's vulnerability, his hurt at being exposed and judged, but also his essential resilience. The scene where Harry, Ron, and Hermione came to convince him not to resign was beautifully played, with Hagrid's initial resistance giving way to gratitude and renewed determination. His awkward attempts at romance with Maxime were sweet and slightly comic, showing that even giants could be nervous about matters of the heart. In Order of the Phoenix, when Hagrid returned from his mission to the giants covered in injuries and clearly traumatized by what he had experienced, Coltrane showed a different side of the character. This was Hagrid, who had failed at an important task, who had seen terrible things, who was carrying the weight of his brother and the knowledge that the giants would fight for Voldemort. The usual cheerfulness was gone. replaced by something more somber and burdened. And when he introduced Harry and Hermione to Grawp in the forest, there was both hope and desperation in his voice, needing them to see his brother as something other than a dangerous monster. The scene where Umbridge and the Ministry officials attacked Hagrid at his hut was powerful, showing Hagrid's strength but also his restraint. He fought back only enough to escape, never seriously hurting anyone despite being more than capable of it. His grief when he saw McGonagall fall was visible even in the chaos of the battle, showing his care for his colleagues and his horror at the violence being done in what should have been a safe place. Half-Blood Prince gave Coltrane perhaps his most emotional scene in the entire series. Aragog's funeral, with Hagrid drunk and mourning his oldest friend, was raw and heartbreaking. Coltrane showed a man who had loved this giant spider for over 50 years, who was genuinely devastated by its death, even though most people would think him crazy for caring about such a creature. The conversation with Harry and Slughorn at the graveside revealed layers of grief, not just for Aragog, but for everything Hagrid had lost over his long life. And at the end of the film, when Dumbledore died, Hagrid's anguished crying as he carried the body was almost unbearable to watch. Coltrane making the audience feel every ounce of Hagrid's devastation. In Deathly Hallows Part 1, Hagrid's participation in the Battle of the Seven Potters showed his bravery and his protectiveness of Harry. Flying through the air on the motorcycle while being chased by Death Eaters and Voldemort himself, Hagrid kept Harry safe even as spells flew around them and their vehicle fell apart. His joy when they arrived safely at the burrow was palpable, relief washing over him that Harry had survived another near-death experience. But it was in Deathly Hallows Part 2 that Coltrane delivered perhaps his most powerful performance as Hagrid. The scene in the Forbidden Forest when he watched Voldemort apparently kill Harry was devastating. Hagrid's scream of no when Harry fell, his sobbing as he was forced to carry Harry's body back to the castle, his grief-stricken face as he walked through the forest, holding the boy he loved like a son. Coltrane made the audience feel Hagrid's heartbreak completely. The pain was visceral and real, a man who had already lost so much now losing the person who mattered most to him. And then the joy when Harry revealed himself to be alive, the shock and relief and wild happiness on Hagrid's face, was the perfect emotional payoff. After all the grief, after carrying what he thought was Harry's corpse, Hagrid got to see his boy alive and fighting. Coltrane showed all of this in moments, his face doing most of the work, communicating emotions too big for words. Throughout all 8 films, Coltrane never phoned in the performance or treated Hagrid as a simple character. He found depth and nuance in every scene, making Hagrid feel like a real person with a complex inner life rather than just a gentle giant stereotype. He made the audience care deeply about Hagrid, made children watching the films want to visit him for tea and rock cakes, made adults see the tragedy and beauty in his story. His performance was essential to the success of the films, creating one of the most beloved characters in the entire franchise. Coltrane spoke often about how much the role meant to him and how aware he was of Hagrid's importance to fans. In the HBO Max reunion special, Harry Potter 20th Anniversary Return to Hogwarts, that was released in January 2022, Coltrane appeared alongside his former castmates to reflect on making the films and the legacy they had created. By that time, he was clearly in declining health, moving more slowly and showing the effects of age and illness. But he was determined to be there, to have that final full circle moment with the cast and crew who had become like family over the decade they spent making the films together. In the reunion special, Coltrane said something that would prove to be prophetic and deeply moving. He talked about the legacy of the films and what they would mean for future generations. The legacy of the movies is that my children's generation will show them to their children, he said. So you could be watching it in 50 years' time. Easy. I'll not be here, sadly, but Hagrid will. It was a recognition that the character he had brought to life would outlive him, that Hagrid would continue to welcome new generations of viewers to the wizarding world long after Coltrane himself was gone. Robbie Coltrane died on October 14th, 2022, at a hospital in Larbert, Scotland. He was 72 years old. The news of his death sent shockwaves through the Harry Potter fan community and the entertainment world more broadly. For many people who had grown up with the films, it felt like losing Hagrid himself, like a piece of their childhood had died. The outpouring of grief and tributes was immediate and overwhelming, with fans around the world sharing their love for the character and the actor who had embodied him so perfectly. Daniel Radcliffe released a statement calling Coltrane one of the funniest people I've met, and sharing fond memories of him keeping everyone's spirits up during long, difficult shoots. He particularly remembered Coltrane telling stories and cracking jokes, while they hid from torrential rain for hours in Hagrid's hut during the filming of Prisoner of Azkaban. He said he felt incredibly lucky to have known and worked with Coltrane, and was very sad that he had passed. Emma Watson wrote on Instagram that Robbie was like the most fun uncle she ever had, but also deeply caring and compassionate toward her as both a child and an adult. She said his talent was so immense that it made sense he played a giant, that he could fill any space with his brilliance. She promised that if she ever got to be as kind as he was to her on a film set, she would do it in his name and memory. She would miss his sweetness, his nicknames for people, his warmth, his laughs, and his hugs. Rupert Grint, who played Ron Weasley, said that Robbie was a very special person and a wonderful actor, that he felt so lucky to have met and worked with him. Bonnie Wright, who played Ginny, Weasley, wrote that she was heartbroken and that Robbie portrayed Hagrid's warmth, sense of home, and unconditional love for his students and magical creatures so brilliantly. Matthew Lewis, who played Neville Longbottom, shared that Robbie called him Space Boy because they shared a love of space and science fiction, referring to Coltrane as a giant in more ways than one. J.K. Rowling said she would never know anyone remotely like Robbie again, that he was an incredible talent, a complete one-off, and that she was beyond fortunate to know him, work with him, and laugh her head off with him. Stephen Fry, who had worked with Coltrane in the 1980s, and who narrated the Harry Potter audiobooks in the UK, said he was awestruck, terror-struck, and love-struck by Robbie when they first met 40 years earlier, and that feeling never changed. The official Harry Potter social media accounts posted tributes saying they were hugely saddened to hear of the passing of the magnificent Robbie Coltrane, who played Hagrid with such kindness, heart, and humour. They called him a wonderful actor and a friend to all who would be deeply missed. Fans created artwork, shared their favourite Hagrid scenes, and talked about what the character had meant to them growing up. Many noted that Hagrid was often the first friendly face Harry encountered in the wizarding world, the first person to show him unconditional love and acceptance, and that Robbie Coltrane had embodied those qualities perfectly, both on and off screen. The director of the reunion special, Casey Patterson, revealed that Robbie had been ailing when they filmed it, aware of his mortality and fiercely determined to have that final experience with his beloved cast. She said he spent days back on the original sets in conversation with everyone, that you could feel him taking in the Great Hall, the war stories, the passage of time. He was deeply funny, but equally raw and vulnerable, looking straight into the camera and sharing that he knew he was near the end and how proud he was of the legacy he would leave behind. That legacy is indeed powerful and enduring. Robbie Coltrane's Hagrid has become the definitive version of the character for millions of people around the world. When readers pick up the Harry Potter books and encounter Hagrid on the page, many now hear Robbie Coltrane's voice and see his face. The kindness, the loyalty, the gentle strength that Hagrid represented was made real through Coltrane's performance in a way that will last as long as people continue watching these films, looking at Hagrid's life as a complete story, from his birth in 1928 to his continuing presence at Hogwarts decades later. Certain themes and patterns emerge. His life was marked by loss and rejection, but also by remarkable resilience and the ability to love despite being hurt. He lost his mother to abandonment, his father to death, his chance at a full education to expulsion, and many friends to war and age. He faced prejudice and suspicion because of what he was, rather than who he was. He lived always somewhat apart from others, too different to fit completely anywhere. But he never let these experiences make him cruel or bitter. Instead, they seemed to deepen his capacity for empathy and kindness. He understood what it felt like to be judged unfairly, so he refused to judge others by their appearance or reputation. He knew what it meant to be lonely and rejected, so he opened his home and heart to anyone who needed friendship. He had been given a second chance by Dumbledore when he had nothing, so he tried to give second chances to creatures and people that others had given up on. His greatest strengths were also sometimes his greatest weaknesses. His loyalty could make him blind to faults in those he loved, or unwilling to question their decisions even when he should. His trusting nature made him vulnerable to manipulation and led him to accidentally reveal secrets he should have kept. His love for dangerous creatures put himself and others at risk when his judgment about what was safe failed him. His emotional openness meant he felt pain more keenly than others might, crying easily and grieving deeply for every loss. But these qualities also made him irreplaceable and beloved. His loyalty meant people could trust him absolutely, knowing he would never betray them or abandon them when things got difficult. His trusting nature created an environment where students felt safe being themselves, where outcasts felt accepted, where even the most unlikely friendships could form. His love for creatures taught others to see beyond surface appearances to the living beings underneath. His emotional honesty made him approachable and real, someone you could talk to about pain and fear without worrying about being judged. Hagrid represented something important in the Harry Potter story and in the larger themes the series explored. He showed that heroism was not just about being powerful or clever or brave in dramatic ways. It was also about being kind when kindness was difficult, about remaining loyal when others might waver, about protecting those who could not protect themselves. He never cast a Patronus charm, or won a dramatic duel, or discovered important secrets through brilliant deduction. But he did rescue baby Harry from the ruins at Godric's Hollow and deliver him safely to his relatives. He did welcome Harry to the wizarding world with warmth and acceptance when the boy desperately needed both. He did stand up to ministry officials and fight his way free rather than be arrested unjustly. He did carry Harry's seemingly dead body from the forest while his heart broke. These were the acts of a hero, even if they looked different from traditional heroic deeds. The relationship between Hagrid and Harry stood at the emotional center of both their stories. For Harry, Hagrid was the first person to ever make him feel special and valued, the gentle giant who appeared on his 11th birthday and changed everything. Hagrid represented safety and unconditional love, someone who would always be there with tea and advice and absolute faith in Harry's goodness. When Harry doubted himself or felt alone, he could visit Hagrid's hut and remember that at least one person in the world believed in him completely. For Hagrid, Harry represented the child he had rescued and the man that child became, proof that people could overcome terrible circumstances and grow into something wonderful. Watching Harry grow from a frightened 11-year-old into the wizard who defeated Voldemort must have filled Hagrid with enormous pride. He had been there from the very beginning, carrying baby Harry from the ruins, bringing him to Hogwarts, supporting him through every challenge. Their bond was forged in those early moments and never weakened, surviving everything the wizarding world threw at them. The physical space Hagrid occupied throughout his life also held symbolic meaning. His hut stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, literally positioned between the civilized castle and the wild woods. This location reflected Hagrid's own nature, his position between different worlds, his comfort with both people and creatures. The hut was always warm and welcoming, despite being somewhat messy and chaotic, filled with strange smells and unusual items. It was a place where students could escape from the pressures of the castle, where outcasts could find acceptance, where magical creatures of all kinds were treated with respect and care. Inside that hut, over rock cakes and cups of tea that were often too strong, important conversations happened. Secrets were accidentally revealed and deliberately shared. Friendships were strengthened, grief was processed, and comfort given. The hut was Hagrid's kingdom, the one place where he was completely himself, without needing to make accommodations for normal-sized wizards or worry about being judged. It smelled of wood smoke and dog and whatever creature Hagrid was currently caring for, and it felt like home to everyone who entered with good intentions. The Forbidden Forest itself was Hagrid's domain in many ways. He knew its paths and dangers better than anyone else at Hogwarts. He had relationships with its inhabitants, from the centaurs to the unicorns, to the various magical creatures that made their homes among the trees. The forest was dangerous, filled with things that could kill unwary travelers, but Hagrid navigated it with confidence and skill. He used it as a place to hide creatures that needed protection, as a classroom for teaching students about magical beasts in their natural habitat, as a refuge when he needed to escape from the pressures of the castle. His work as keeper of keys and grounds involved maintaining the entire Hogwarts estate, a massive property that included the castle, the grounds surrounding it, the Forbidden Forest, and the lake, where the giant squid lived. This was work that required both magical knowledge and practical skills, from repairing magical defenses to caring for dangerous creatures to simple gardening. Hagrid took pride in this work, in keeping Hogwarts beautiful and safe, in ensuring that the pumpkins in his patch grew to enormous size, and the paths through the grounds remained clear and well maintained. The keys he carried represented the trust Dumbledore placed in him. As Keeper of Keys, Hagrid had access to every part of the castle, entrusted with securing the school and controlling who could enter restricted areas. This was no small responsibility, and the fact that it was given to someone who had been expelled and had his wand broken showed how completely Dumbledore trusted Hagrid's character and judgment. Those keys were a symbol of that trust, a physical representation of Hagrid's belonging at Hogwarts despite everything that had happened to him. His teaching career, though it had rocky moments, was ultimately successful and meaningful. Hagrid educated hundreds of students about magical creatures over the years he served as Professor of Care of Magical Creatures. Some students took his class just because it was required or easy, but others genuinely learned to appreciate and understand the creatures they studied. He showed them that even dangerous creatures deserved respect and proper treatment, that fear and ignorance led to cruelty, while knowledge and compassion led to better relationships between wizards and the magical beasts they shared the world with. The legacy Hagrid left went beyond his teaching or his work as gamekeeper. He represented something essential about the kind of world worth fighting for, a world where people were judged by their choices and character rather than their bloodline or appearance, where outcasts could find homes, where loyalty and kindness mattered more than power or prestige. Every student who passed through Hogwarts during his decades there encountered Hagrid in some way, and many of them learned from his example even if they never took his class. His impact on the broader fight against Voldemort should not be underestimated. As an Order of the Phoenix member in both wars, he served in whatever capacity was needed. He could not cast certain advanced spells that other members relied on, but his strength and courage and willingness to risk everything made him valuable in different ways. His mission to the Giants, though it ultimately failed, was an important attempt to keep them from joining Voldemort's forces. His presence at battles provided both physical power and emotional support to those fighting alongside him. The story of Rubeus Hagrid is ultimately a story about the power of kindness and the importance of second chances. He was given a second chance by Dumbledore when he was expelled and had nowhere to go. He built an entire life from that second chance, becoming someone who mattered and who made a difference in countless lives. And he spent that life giving second chances to others, whether they were students who made mistakes, creatures that everyone else feared and wanted to destroy, or people who society had rejected as outcasts and half-breeds. His life proved that you did not need to be educated at the finest schools, or come from the best families, or have perfect judgment to be good and important. You just needed to care, to try, to remain kind, even when the world was not kind to you. Hagrid cared deeply about everything and everyone who entered his life. He tried his best even when tasks seemed impossible, or when he was afraid of failing. He remained fundamentally kind and generous, despite having every reason to become bitter and closed off. When we think about what made Hagrid special, what made him beloved by generations of readers and viewers, it comes down to this essential quality of goodness. He was not perfect. He made mistakes, and sometimes his judgment was poor. He could be stubborn and overly emotional and careless with secrets. But beneath all of that was a person who genuinely cared about others, who wanted to help and protect and nurture, who saw the best in people and creatures even when others saw only danger or worthlessness. His size made him imposing, but his nature made him safe. Children instinctively knew they could trust him. Adults who took the time to know him, rather than judging by appearance, discovered someone worth knowing. Creatures that others feared responded to his gentleness and respect. He created safety and acceptance wherever he went, making space for the different and the strange and the rejected to simply exist without needing to apologize for what they were. In the end, Hagrid's greatest magic was not anything he did with his hidden wand inside that pink umbrella. It was his ability to love unconditionally, to remain loyal absolutely, to see worth in all living things. This magic was deeper and more lasting than any spell, more powerful than any curse. It changed lives, saved lives, made the world a better place simply by existing in it. The giant-sized heart that beat in Hagrid's massive chest had room for everyone and everything. A baby found in ruins, a giant spider accused of murder, a dragon hatched from an egg, a hippogriff sentenced to death, a giant brother abandoned by his own kind, 3 students who visited his hut for tea and became the most important people in his life. All of them found space in Hagrid's heart. All of them were protected and valued and loved. And so Rubeus Hagrid's story continues at Hogwarts, where he has lived for over 75 years now, first as a student, then as gamekeeper, then as professor, always as the gentle giant who welcomes newcomers and protects those who need protecting. New generations of students arrive each September and discover that the huge man living in the hut by the forest is one of the kindest people they will ever meet. They learn about magical creatures from someone who truly loves them, who sees beauty in fangs and scales and venom. They find acceptance and friendship in a place that smells of wood smoke and rock cakes. The rock where the hut stands on, at the edge of the forbidden forest with a view of the castle, remains Hagrid's home. Inside, his crossbow hangs on the wall, Fang sleeps by the fire, and there is always a kettle on, ready to make tea for visitors. Outside, his pumpkin patch grows vegetables of impressive size, and the forest beckons with its mysteries and dangers that Hagrid navigates with the ease of someone who has walked those paths for decades. This is where Hagrid belongs, at Hogwarts, between the castle and the forest, between the wizard and creature worlds, occupying that liminal space that is uniquely his. This is where he has always belonged, since that terrible day when he was expelled, but Dumbledore gave him a home. This is where he will remain, as long as Hogwarts stands, welcoming students and protecting creatures and embodying everything good about magic and the wizarding world. There is no Hogwarts without Hagrid. The castle needs him. The students need him. The creatures of the forest need him. He is as much a part of that ancient school as the stones of the castle itself, as essential as the moving staircases and the great hall and the house ghosts. His story is woven into the very foundations of Hogwarts, written into its history, impossible to separate from the place that gave him everything, and that he has served so faithfully for so long. So as you drift off to sleep tonight, think about Hagrid's journey from that winter day in 1928, when he was born, to the present day, where he continues his work at Hogwarts. Think about the boy abandoned by his mother, framed by Tom Riddle, expelled in disgrace, who nevertheless built a life of meaning and importance. Think about the man who chose kindness over bitterness, loyalty over self-protection, love over fear. Think about the gentle giant who proved that heroism comes in many forms, and that the most powerful magic is the magic of a good heart. Remember that differences do not determine worth, that being rejected does not mean being worthless, that making mistakes does not mean being beyond redemption. Remember that second chances can change everything, that loyalty and friendship matter more than power or prestige, that caring for others is never a weakness, but always a strength. Sleep well, and remember, the legacy that Robbie Coltrane spoke about is real. His children's generation will show these films to their children, and those children to theirs, and Hagrid will be there in 50 years and 100 years, welcoming new viewers to the wizarding world, showing them what it means to be truly good. Robbie Coltrane is not here anymore, but Hagrid will always be here, forever the keeper of keys and grounds, forever the gentle giant with the enormous heart, forever waiting by his hut with tea and rock cakes, and unconditional acceptance for anyone who needs a friend. Thank you for joining me on Sleep to Cinema. If you enjoyed this journey through Hagrid's lore, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel for more deep dives into your favorite film universes. Until next time, sweet dreams.